Dear listener, settle yourself comfortably now and let the world beyond these words fade gently into the background. Tonight, we journey together to a place where magic breathes in every stone, where portraits whisper in gilded frames, and where the very air seems to shimmer with possibility and memory. We are going to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, that ancient castle perched upon its Scottish hillside, and we are going to visit one particular classroom, a room that has seen more teachers, more turnover, more quiet tragedy and unexpected heroism than perhaps any other place within those storied walls. This is the story of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and of every soul who stood at its front, chalk in hand or wand raised, trying to teach young witches and wizards how to protect themselves from the shadows that gather at the edges of the magical world. It is a story told in chapters of human moments, small kindnesses, careful habits, loneliness and connection, fear and the courage that answers it, and woven through it all like a golden thread through dark tapestry runs a gentle mystery. An old textbook, its pages soft with age and use, its margins filled with advice that seems to change handwriting with each passing year. But let us begin at the beginning, as all good stories must. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom is located on the first floor of Hogwarts Castle, not far from the great marble staircase that shifts and moves according to its own ancient logic. The room itself faces east, and on clear mornings, sunlight streams through its tall windows, casting long rectangles of gold across the wooden desks that have been scratched and initialed by generations of students. The walls are lined with books, some volumes so old their spines have faded to illegibility, others newer, their leather bindings still supple and dark. There are glass cases too, containing various objects of instruction. A stuffed werewolf that never quite looks the same twice, a boggart box that trembles slightly even when locked, crystal orbs that glow faintly in the presence of dark magic. The teacher's desk sits on a slightly raised platform, and behind it, the blackboard stretches across the wall, sometimes clean, sometimes covered in diagrams of defensive spells, the chalk lines precise or hasty depending on whose hand drew them. The room smells of parchment and wood polish, of the faint metallic tang that clings to powerful magic, and sometimes, depending on the season and the teacher, of other things, garlic, expensive cologne, chocolate, or the acrid scent of constant vigilance. But the room's most remarkable quality is not something you can see or smell or touch. It is the feeling that hangs in the air, a sense of expectation and impermanence, as though the classroom itself knows that whoever teaches here will not stay long. The portraits in the corridor outside have learned not to grow too attached to the defense professors. The suits of armor nearby no longer bother to learn their names in the first few months. Even the ghosts drift past with a certain knowing melancholy, having seen this pattern repeat itself year after year, decade after decade, for longer than most students have been alive. This strange and sorrowful pattern has a source, though few speak of it openly, and fewer still know the full truth. Many years ago, so many that the exact date has become hazy, lost somewhere in the mists between history and legend, a young man came to Hogwarts seeking a position. His name was Tom Riddle, though he would later choose another name for himself, one that would echo through the wizarding world like a curse in its own right. He had been a student at Hogwarts once, brilliant and beautiful and terribly charming, with dark eyes that seemed to see right through you, and a smile that made people want to please him, to earn his approval, to bask in the warmth of his attention. But Tom Riddle had walked paths that twisted his soul beyond recognition. He had split himself, fractured his very essence in pursuit of immortality, and by the time he returned to Hogwarts to ask for a teaching post, he was already more shadow than man, though few could see it. He wanted the defense against the dark arts position specifically, perhaps because he had always excelled at it, perhaps because he understood better than anyone how the best defense against darkness is to understand it intimately, to know its shapes and textures and seductions. Albus Dumbledore, then headmaster of Hogwarts, looked into those dark eyes and saw what others missed. He saw the hunger, the emptiness, the dangerous void where a soul should be. And so, with courtesy but firmness, he refused Tom Riddle the position he sought. The refusal was quiet, conducted in Dumbledore's office, with its sleeping portraits and gently whirring silver instruments, over tea that grew cold in delicate china cups. Tom Riddle smiled and thanked the headmaster and left without apparent rancor. But those who knew him, and Dumbledore knew him as well as anyone could, understood that Tom Riddle never forgave a slight, never forgot a refusal. He simply waited, patient as a serpent, and when the moment was right, he struck. The curse he laid upon the position was subtle, the kind of magic that works slowly, like water wearing away stone. It was not a curse of fire or poison, nothing so obvious. It was simply this: no teacher of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, would hold the position for more than 1 year. They might resign, fall ill, be exposed as frauds, be carried away by circumstances beyond their control, or meet stranger fates still. But one way or another, when the school year ended, the defense position would be empty once more. And so it has been, year after year, an inexorable pattern that even the most powerful wizards have been unable to break. Dumbledore himself, with all his wisdom and strength, could only watch and try to choose his defense professors wisely, knowing that each one was temporary, that he was sending them into a role marked by an invisible but absolute expiration date. The students, of course, learned to expect it. First years would arrive nervous and excited, and older students would lay bets in the common rooms about how long the new professor would last, what circumstances would claim them. It became a dark sort of joke, a tradition of speculation and morbid curiosity. And yet, despite everything, despite the curse and the turnover and the strange parade of personalities who passed through that classroom, many students learned valuable things there. They learned spells, yes, but they also learned about resilience, about adapting to change, about finding wisdom in unexpected places. Because here is a truth that Tom Riddle, in his arrogance, did not consider. Even a cursed position can be a place of teaching. Even temporary teachers can leave permanent marks on young hearts and minds. And even in darkness, perhaps especially in darkness, small lights can shine with unexpected brilliance. It is one of these lights we are about to discover now, dear listener, as we turn our attention to the old textbook that will guide us through this story. Imagine it, a defense against the dark arts textbook, not the required text for any particular year, but an older volume, its cover of deep blue cloth faded almost to grey, its pages soft as tissue at the edges where countless fingers have turned them. The title, stamped in silver that has tarnished to pewter, reads simply, Defensive Magical Theory. The author's name has been worn away almost completely, just a ghost of embossed letters that might once have spelled something important. This book lives in the Hogwarts library, not on the main shelves, but in a quiet corner where older, less consulted volumes rest in companionable silence. Madame Pince, the librarian, has tried several times to remove it. It is outdated, after all, superseded by newer texts with better illustrations and updated spellwork. But somehow the book always finds its way back to its shelf, as though it belongs there, as though it has a purpose yet to fulfill. Students occasionally check it out, drawn by curiosity or by the way it seems to catch the light, and when they open it, they find the usual contents, chapters on shield charms and counter curses, on recognizing dark creatures and understanding the principles of magical defense. But they also find something else, something that makes them pause and lean closer, frowning in concentration. In the margins, in various inks that have faded from black to brown to pale sepia, are handwritten notes. Not the usual student annotations, crude drawings or complaints about homework, but actual advice, gentle and specific, and oddly personal. Next to a diagram of the proper wand movement for a shield charm, a note in shaky handwriting reads, Steady your hand, steady your heart. The magic follows your intention. Beside a passage about facing boggarts, neat script advises, Breathe first, watch the wrist. You're braver than you know. The handwriting changes from page to page, sometimes from paragraph to paragraph. Here, an elaborate, flowing hand suggests, Real magic needs no applause. There, angular and urgent. Trust your instincts. Watch, always watch. Further on, precise and careful. Control your emotions, or they control you. Strength in silence. And near the back, almost invisible, written so lightly the words can barely be read. Hold on, you are not alone. Morning always comes. No one knows who wrote these notes, or when, or why. The librarian has no record of the book being vandalized. The professors, when asked, simply shake their heads, mystified. And yet the notes remain, a quiet mystery woven into the margins of magical theory, offering comfort and guidance to those who happen to find them. Some students copy the advice into their own books. Some read it and feel strangely comforted, as though an older, wiser friend is speaking directly to them across the years. And some close the book quickly, unnerved by the sensation that Hogwarts itself is watching them, teaching them, remembering them in ways they cannot quite understand. But we, dear listener, we are going to follow these notes, these margin whispers, as they guide us through the years. We will meet each defense against the dark arts teacher in turn, and we will see them not as heroes or villains, not as successes or failures, but as human beings, flawed, complex, carrying their own wounds and gifts, each one teaching something whether they meant to or not. We will see Quirrell's careful hands and nervous habits, and understand the tragedy of a man destroyed by the very darkness he sought to oppose. We will see Lockhart's loneliness beneath his golden smile, and learn that sometimes the greatest magic is simply being genuine. We will watch Lupin's gentle patience transform a classroom into a haven, and know that kindness is its own form of strength. We will observe Mad-Eye Moody's constant vigilance and discover that preparedness need not mean paranoia, that caution can be a form of care. We will endure Umbridge's pink oppression and witness how resistance blooms even in the smallest gestures of solidarity. We will sit in Snape's dungeon classroom and recognize that the hardest magic of all is doing the right thing without expectation of gratitude or recognition. And we will feel the darkness of the Carrow's time and see how, even then, small braveries kept hope alive. Through it all, the margins will speak to us, and Hogwarts will remember, and we will understand that no teacher, however brief their tenure, however strange their methods, is truly forgotten. The castle keeps its own records, not in books or ledgers, but in the very stones and portraits and shifting staircases, in the way sunlight falls through classroom windows, in the echoes of footsteps in empty corridors. So settle deeper now, dear listener, and let your breathing slow and soften. Let the world outside become distant and unimportant. We are safe here, in this story, in this place where magic is real and where even curses cannot prevent teaching, learning, growing. We are about to begin a journey through years and lives, through chalk dust and spell light, through fear and courage and the quiet moments in between. The defense against the dark arts classroom is waiting, its door slightly ajar, a rectangle of golden light spilling into the corridor. Somewhere in the library, the old blue textbook rests on its shelf, its margins full of secrets. And the story, the long, gentle human story of everyone who tried to teach in a cursed position, is ready to unfold like a map, showing us paths through darkness and into light. Rest now. Breathe softly. Let us begin. The first teacher we meet in our gentle journey stands at the threshold of a new decade, a new beginning for Hogwarts, though neither he nor anyone else quite knows what shadows are gathering. His name is Quirrell, and if you were to pass him in the corridor, you might not notice him at all. He is the sort of person who seems to apologize for taking up space, who walks close to the walls as though trying not to disturb the very air around him. Quirrell came to the defense against the dark arts position in the autumn of 1991, and he came wrapped in a purple turban that he claimed was a gift from an African prince for dealing with a troublesome zombie. The turban never left his head, not in the Great Hall during meals, not in the staff room during breaks, not even, students whispered, when he slept. It became his defining feature, that ridiculous purple silk wound round and round, tied in a manner that suggested nervousness rather than expertise. The ends never quite even, always needing adjustment. But before the turban, before the stutter that would make his lessons stretch long and difficult, Quirrell had been different. Those who remembered him from his own student days recalled a bright young Ravenclaw, eager and curious, the sort who stayed late in the library and asked perceptive questions during lessons. He had been clever, that was certain, and ambitious too, though his ambition was of the scholarly variety. He wanted to know things, to understand the theory behind every spell, to trace the history of every magical practice back to its origin. After leaving Hogwarts, he had travelled, as many young wizards do when they are searching for themselves, for their place in the world. He had gone to distant lands, studied exotic magics, filled journals with careful observations and neat diagrams, and somewhere during those travels, something had happened to him, something that put fear in his eyes and a tremor in his hands and made him wrap his head in purple silk as though hiding from the world itself. When he returned to take up the defense position, he was a man fundamentally changed, hollowed out and filled with something else, though no one understood what or how. The students saw only his surface, the nervous habits, the unfortunate stutter, the way he jumped at sudden noises. They mimicked his speech in the corridors, the way children do when they are uncomfortable and do not yet understand cruelty. Perhaps we should turn to page 14, they would whisper to each other, then dissolve into giggles that they half meant and half regretted. But if you watched Quirrell carefully, really watched him, the way a kind person watches another human being, you could see things that complicated the simple story of a nervous, incompetent teacher. You could see, for instance, the way he prepared his classroom each morning, arriving before the students, before even the early rising Ravenclaws, who liked to watch the sunrise from the astronomy tower. He would unlock the door with a hand that shook slightly, then move through the room with a peculiar thoroughness, checking everything. He would run his fingers along the windowsills, making sure they were secure. He would test each desk, ensuring none wobbled or creaked. He would go to the blackboard and draw his chalk lines for the day's diagrams with painstaking care, then step back and check them from different angles, making sure they were straight and clear and properly proportioned. If a line was even slightly crooked, he would erase it and begin again, his jaw tight with concentration, his movements precise, despite the tremor in his hands. There was something almost ritual about these preparations, as though by making everything perfect, by controlling every small detail of his classroom environment, he could hold back some greater chaos that threatened constantly at the edges of his awareness. The way a person who has survived a terrible accident might check the locks on their doors 3 times before bed, or count the steps on a staircase to make sure the number hasn't changed. This was how Quirrell moved through his teaching space, defending himself against invisible threats with the only weapons he had: routine, precision, and careful attention to detail. And in those early morning hours, before the students arrived with their laughter and their whispers and their casual cruelty, Quirrell sometimes taught beautifully. He would stand at the blackboard, chalk in hand, and diagram a defensive spell with such clarity and thoroughness that if you could have seen it, you would have understood immediately. His stutter faded when he was alone, speaking only to himself and the empty desks, and his voice took on a different quality. Not confident, exactly, but earnest, genuinely wanting to share knowledge, to help unseen students understand how to protect themselves. In the old blue textbook that sits in the Hogwarts library, in margins, grown soft with age, there are notes in shaky handwriting that might have been written by lamplight in a quiet room. "Steady your hand, steady your heart," reads one. "The magic follows your intention, not your fear." Another says simply, "Small details matter. They are how we hold chaos at bay." The students, of course, saw none of this. They saw only the stammering professor who cowered at the mention of vampires, who flinched when doors slammed, who wore that absurd purple turban and smelled faintly of garlic. He claimed it was to ward off vampires he had encountered in Romania, though the students suspected it was simply poor judgment regarding personal hygiene. What they could not see, what no one could see except perhaps Albus Dumbledore, who watched everything with those half-moon spectacles, and that terrible gentle knowing, was that Quirrell was already lost. The man who stood at the front of the defense classroom was already a hollow vessel. already playing host to something dark and parasitic, already dying by inches under that purple silk. Every day he taught was a day of internal war, of resistance and submission, of a weakening will trying to hold back a terrible tide. And yet, even so diminished, even so corrupted and afraid, Quirinus Quirrell taught the students things they needed to know. Not intentionally, perhaps, but through his very existence. He taught them that fear has a smell and a texture, that it can live inside a person and eat away at them from within. He taught them to look beyond the surface, because the nervous, stuttering man might once have been someone different, someone whole. He taught them, though they would not understand this until much later, that darkness does not always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it whispers, persuades, wraps itself around you so gradually that you do not notice until it is far too late. The year ended as it had to end, with revelation and conflict and the crumbling away of purple silk to reveal the terrible truth beneath. But that is not the part of the story we dwell on tonight, dear listener. Tonight, we remember only the small things, chalk lines carefully drawn, windows checked each morning, the way a man who was losing himself still tried to maintain order in one small classroom, still tried to teach despite everything. We remember, and we are kind. The following year brought a very different sort of teacher to the defense against the dark arts classroom, and with him came noise and color and a particular species of loneliness that hides behind bright smiles and golden curls. Gilderoy Lockhart arrived at Hogwarts like a sunrise, all brilliance and confidence and the absolute certainty that everyone was delighted to see him. He had authored numerous books about his supposed adventures, each with covers featuring his own face in various dramatic poses. Lockhart vanquishing a werewolf, Lockhart defeating a banshee with his bare hands, Lockhart cornering the Shardik dreaded Wagga Wagga werewolf. His smile gleamed from every cover, bright white and perfectly symmetrical, the smile of a man who had never doubted his own magnificence for even a moment. He transformed the defense classroom into something that resembled a shrine to himself more than a place of learning. The walls became covered with portraits, not of famous defensive wizards, not of past professors or important historical moments, but of Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart waving, Lockhart winking, Lockhart with his arm around his own shoulder in a trick photograph that suggested he was his own best friend. The students would enter the classroom and be confronted with dozens of identical smiles, all belonging to the same man, all suggesting that the most important subject to study was Gilderoy Lockhart himself. He wore robes in shades of lilac and turquoise and forget-me-not blue, colors that shimmered in the light and matched his eyes. Or rather, he chose the colors specifically because they matched his eyes, because everything Gilderoy Lockhart did was calculated to present himself in the most flattering possible light. His cologne filled the classroom with the scent of expensive flowers and exotic woods, a fragrance so strong that students in the back row could taste it, that it clung to their robes long after the lesson ended. His teaching, such as it was, consisted primarily of reading passages from his own books and then acting out the supposedly heroic moments described within. He would assign students roles. You, boy, you'll be the Yeti. Try to look menacing. And then stage elaborate charades in which he, naturally, emerged victorious. The students learned quickly that participating enthusiastically earned them house points, while showing skepticism earned them extra homework, so most played along, rolling their eyes at each other when Lockhart's back was turned, but dutifully pretending to be defeated by his superior magical prowess. And yet, beneath all the peacocking and performance, there was something deeply sad about Gilderoy Lockhart, something that the more perceptive students occasionally glimpsed in unguarded moments. It happened sometimes when a lesson ended and the students filed out, chattering and laughing about the absurdity they had just witnessed. If you were the last to leave, if you happened to glance back, you might see Lockhart standing among his portraits, surrounded by dozens of his own smiling face, and his real face would be different. The smile would fade, just for a moment, and what remained would be something uncertain, something almost frightened. The look of a man who has built an entire life on lies and knows, deep in whatever part of him remains honest, that the structure is fragile, that it could all come crashing down at any moment. He was lonely, Gilderoy Lockhart, though he would never have admitted it, perhaps could not have admitted it even to himself. He was lonely in the particular way of people who are always performing, always on, never able to simply be without calculation or artifice. His portraits could not keep him company. They were as shallow as he pretended to be, capable only of waving and winking and blowing kisses. His books surrounded him, but they were monuments to falsehood, tributes to people whose memories he had stolen, whose actual heroism he had erased and replaced with his own glittering face. The other professors were polite to him but distant, recognizing instinctively that there was no real person available to befriend, only a carefully constructed facade. The students mocked him, some openly, some in whispers, and at night, in his chambers, Gilderoy Lockhart would practice his smile in the mirror, adjusting the angle, making sure his teeth caught the light just so, performing for an audience of one, unable to stop because stopping would mean confronting the terrible emptiness underneath. But here is something true, something worth noting as we make our way through this gentle story. Even Gilderoy Lockhart, fraud though he was, taught the students valuable lessons. He taught them that appearances can be deceiving, that confidence is not the same as competence, that someone can be utterly charming and completely useless simultaneously. He taught them to question authority, to verify claims, to trust their own judgment over someone else's self-promotion. And perhaps most importantly, he taught them, though entirely by accident, to help each other. Because with Lockhart failing so spectacularly to actually teach them defense against the dark arts, the students began teaching themselves. They formed study groups, shared notes, practiced spells together. The older students helped the younger ones. The more talented helped those who struggled. And gradually, they built their own informal network of learning and support that had nothing to do with the preening man at the front of the classroom, and everything to do with their own resourcefulness and care for one another. In the old blue textbook, in margins where different hands have left their wisdom, there is a note in elaborate flowing script that reads, "Real magic needs no applause. The strongest spells are cast in silence, for yourself and those you love, not for an audience that will forget you tomorrow." Perhaps Lockhart wrote this in a moment of desperate honesty, or perhaps someone else wrote it while thinking of him, a gentle rebuke and a sadder truth than any of his books contained. The year ended, as all years in the cursed position must end, with exposure and memory loss, and Lockhart departing Hogwarts in a condition far worse than when he had arrived. His perfect smile would never be quite so perfect again. His memories scattered like pages torn from a book. The elaborate edifice of his false life finally collapsed entirely. But again, dear listener, we do not dwell on the dramatic ending. We remember instead the smaller truths, that loneliness comes in many forms, some glittering and loud, that even frauds can accidentally teach us to be better, stronger, more self-reliant, that sometimes the most important learning happens not from the front of the classroom, but in the quiet spaces between students helping students. Human kindness filling the gaps left by institutional failure. Two teachers, then, so different in their methods and their masks, yet both diminished by their time in a cursed position, both teaching lessons they never intended. Quirrell with his careful chalk lines and his terrible secret, Lockhart with his golden curls and his empty heart. Both are part of Hogwarts now, part of the story the castle tells itself in the long, quiet hours, part of the memory that lives in classroom walls and margin notes, and the way older students warn younger ones. Defense professors never stay. Learn what you can, trust your friends, and remember that the best teacher is often the one standing beside you, not the one at the front of the room. There are moments in the history of any place when the very atmosphere seems to shift, when tension held for too long finally releases, when the air itself seems to exhale in relief. Such a moment came to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in the autumn of 1993, when a man with tired eyes and shabby robes stepped through the doorway and set down a battered briefcase that had been repaired so many times the patches had patches of their own. His name was Remus John Lupin, and he looked like someone who had known hardship intimately, who carried it in the lines around his eyes and the threadbare cuffs of his robes and the particular gentleness that comes from understanding suffering from the inside. He was thin, prematurely grey, despite being only in his early 30s, and there was something careful in the way he moved, as though he were always conscious of taking up space, always monitoring his own presence in a room. The students noticed immediately that he was different from what had come before. There were no purple turbans hiding terrible secrets, no portraits of himself covering every available surface. The defense classroom under Lupin's care became something simpler, cleaner, more honest. He removed Lockhart's self-aggrandizing decorations and replaced them with useful things. Charts of defensive spells with clear diagrams, a cabinet containing various dark creatures for study, carefully secured, of course, shelves of books that students were actually encouraged to borrow and read. The room began to smell different too. No more garlic, no more overwhelming cologne. Instead, there was the faint scent of tea and old parchment, of chalk dust, and something harder to define, something like autumn leaves and distant rain. The smell of the outdoors brought inside, of wild places remembered fondly. But more than the physical changes to the classroom, it was Remus Lupin himself who transformed the space into something it had not been for years. A genuine place of learning, a haven where students felt not just instructed, but seen, understood, valued. His teaching style was revelation after the chaos of previous years. He spoke clearly, without stammer or self-aggrandizement. in a voice that was quiet but carried to every corner of the room. He had a way of explaining complex magical theory that made it accessible without being condescending, of breaking down difficult concepts into understandable pieces while never making students feel foolish for not grasping something immediately. Magic, he told his classes in those early days, is as much about understanding yourself as it is about mastering spells. The wand is merely a tool. You are the true source of power, and power used wisely, with care and consideration, is worth far more than power used carelessly, no matter how flashy the results. He believed in practical application, not just theory. Where Quirrell had stuttered through textbook passages and Lockhart had staged ridiculous reenactments, Lupin actually taught his students to defend themselves. He brought in creatures, a boggart, grindylows in a tank, a hinky-punk in a jar, and let the students practice real spells on real challenges, standing close by to guide and encourage, never to mock or criticize. But it was the boggart lesson that the students would remember most clearly, would carry with them long after their schooling ended, because it was in that lesson that Remus Lupin's particular genius as a teacher truly revealed itself. A boggart, as many know, is a shapeshifter that takes the form of whatever a person fears most. Lupin brought one to class in a large wardrobe that rattled and shook, and he explained to the third years gathered before him that they would face their fears today, but they would face them together, and they would face them with laughter, because the spell, to repel a boggart, required you to imagine your fear in a ridiculous form, to undermine its power with humor. He demonstrated first, and when the boggart emerged for him, it took the shape of a silvery orb, a full moon hanging in the classroom air. The students did not understand the significance, but they saw Lupin's face go pale, saw him steady himself before raising his wand and transforming the moon into a deflating balloon that farted comically as it whizzed around the room. The students laughed, and the boggart, confused and weakened, retreated slightly. Then Lupin invited the students forward, one by one. And what happened next was extraordinary, not for its magic, but for its compassion. Each student approached the wardrobe with visible trepidation, and each time the boggart emerged, as a giant spider, as a severed hand, as a mummy wrapped in rotting bandages, as a banshee screaming silently behind glass. Lupin was there, just a step behind, his voice calm and encouraging. "That's it, Neville. Remember, your grandmother's clothes. Good, good. Now the wand movement. Nice and clear. Excellent." When students froze in fear, unable to speak the spell, he did not shame them or push them aside. Instead, he stood with them, spoke quietly to them, reminded them to breathe, waited with infinite patience until they were ready to try again. And if they truly could not manage it, if the fear was too great or too personal, he simply moved them gently aside with assurance that they could try again later, that there was no shame in acknowledging when something was too difficult, that courage meant trying, not necessarily succeeding on the first attempt. He handed out chocolate afterward, breaking off squares from a large bar he kept in his desk drawer, insisting that everyone eat some. "Chocolate helps," he said simply. "After encounters with dark creatures, after difficult moments, chocolate is remarkably effective at settling the nerves and restoring equilibrium. Don't underestimate simple comforts. They're often the most powerful magic we have." And the students ate their chocolate and felt the sweetness melt on their tongues and realized, perhaps without quite putting it into words, that they had just been taught something far more important than a single defensive spell. They had been taught that fear was natural, that it could be faced, that humor and companionship could diminish its power, and that afterward you deserved kindness from others and from yourself. This became Lupin's pattern throughout the year, teaching practical skills while simultaneously teaching deeper lessons about courage, compassion, self-awareness, and resilience. When shy students finally managed to cast a competent Patronus charm, even just a wisp of silver mist, not yet a full corporeal form, his face would light up with genuine delight, as though their success meant as much to him as it did to them, perhaps more. "Brilliant," he would say, and mean it entirely. "Absolutely brilliant. You should be very proud of yourself. That's difficult magic, far beyond what's expected at your age, and you've done it. Remember this moment. Remember that you are capable of more than you think." Students who had spent years feeling inadequate, who had been mocked by Snape in potions or dismissed by other teachers as mediocre, began to blossom under Lupin's patient encouragement. They discovered that they could achieve things they had thought impossible, that their magic was stronger than they realized, that they had reserves of courage and determination they had never needed to tap before. The classroom became a place students actually wanted to be. They arrived early and lingered after the bell, asking questions not because they were confused, but because they were genuinely interested, because Lupin made the subject come alive in ways it never had before. He told stories, not aggrandizing tales of his own supposed heroism like Lockhart, but real histories of defensive magic, accounts of how wizards and witches throughout time had protected themselves and others, narratives that were sometimes triumphant and sometimes tragic, but always honest, always human. He spoke of the first wizards who had developed the shield charm, working together over generations to perfect the wand movement and incantation. He described the invention of various counter-curses, the trial and error, the failures and breakthroughs. He talked about the ethics of defensive magic, about the difference between protection and aggression, about how the same spell could be used for very different purposes depending on the intention behind it. "Magic," he said one afternoon when the light was fading outside and the classroom had grown dim and peaceful, "is never just about the spell itself. It's about why you cast it, what you hope to achieve, what you're willing to sacrifice or protect. The most powerful defensive magic in the world is love. Not romantic love, necessarily, but the fierce determination to protect what you care about, to stand between harm and those who cannot defend themselves. That's the magic that lasts, that cannot be broken by any dark curse or evil intention." The students listened, some taking notes, some simply sitting still and absorbing his words, and later they would remember this, would hold on to it in darker days when such knowledge became desperately necessary. But Remus Lupin carried his own darkness, his own burden that he bore with quiet dignity and careful concealment. Once a month, he would become ill, or so he told the students, claiming a recurring condition that required him to rest. The classroom would be locked, his lessons covered by other professors, and he would disappear into his chambers or sometimes beyond the castle grounds entirely. The students speculated, of course, as students always do. Some thought he was secretly a vampire. He was pale enough, certainly, and there was something otherworldly about him. Others thought he had some chronic illness from his travels, perhaps something contracted in a distant country, some magical malady for which there was treatment but no cure. Only a very few knew the truth, that Remus Lupin was a werewolf, had been since childhood, that the illness he claimed was actually the lunar cycle, that once a month he transformed into something he feared and hated, something that represented everything he had spent his life trying to overcome. The shabby robes were not an affectation or a sign of poverty alone. They were practical, because clothes torn during transformation could not be easily replaced when one's employment was always precarious, when each new job might end at any moment upon discovery of one's condition. He lived with the constant awareness that if the truth emerged, he would lose everything. Teaching was difficult for werewolves to obtain. Most of the magical world viewed them as dangerous monsters, not as people afflicted with a condition beyond their control. He knew that his time at Hogwarts was borrowed, precious, likely to be cut short either by the curse on the position or by exposure of his lycanthropy, or by both working in concert. And yet, knowing this, he still gave everything to his teaching. He still arrived early to prepare his lessons with care. He still stayed late to help struggling students. He still handed out chocolate with paternal concern and smiled with genuine warmth when someone succeeded at a difficult spell. He still made the defense classroom into a sanctuary, a place of growth and learning and kindness, even though he knew it could not last, even though he knew he would eventually have to leave, have to return to the margins of wizarding society, where people like him were forced to exist. In the old blue textbook in the library, in margins soft with age and use, there are notes in neat, teacher-like handwriting that might have been written by lamplight in quiet hours before dawn. Breathe first, reads one. The spell comes from your center, from the calm place inside you. Find that calm, hold it, then cast. Another says, watch the wrist. The movement is small but precise, like conducting music, not wielding a weapon. And another, perhaps the most telling, you're braver than you know. We all are. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's doing what must be done, despite the fear. These could be Lupin's words, his philosophy distilled into margin notes, left behind like gifts for future students who might need exactly this wisdom, exactly this gentle encouragement. The year unfolded as years do, with lessons and seasons, with the slow building of trust and skill, with students growing in confidence and capability under Lupin's patient guidance. The defense classroom was no longer a place of dread or mockery, but something else entirely, a genuine classroom, functioning as it should, fulfilling its purpose, cursed though it might be. But as spring arrived and exam season approached, the inevitable drew nearer. The truth about Lupin's condition did eventually emerge, did spread through the school in whispers and shocked exclamations. And despite everything he had accomplished, despite the obvious love his students bore him, despite Dumbledore's support, Remus Lupin knew he could not stay. He resigned quietly, with dignity, packing his shabby belongings and his patched briefcase, leaving the classroom neat and organized for whoever would come next. Students protested, wrote letters, expressed their outrage and sorrow. But Lupin only smiled his tired, kind smile and reminded them that they had learned what they needed to learn, that they were ready now, that a good teacher's goal is to become unnecessary, to give students the tools they need to teach themselves. And then he was gone, slipping away as quietly as he had arrived, leaving behind a classroom that felt emptier for his absence. Students who would never forget the year they had a teacher who truly saw them, and margin notes in an old textbook that would continue to offer wisdom and encouragement long after their author had returned to the shadows from which he came. Dear listener, let yourself settle deeper into rest now, holding in your heart the image of Remus Lupin, thin and shabby and kind, standing in a pool of autumn light, handing out chocolate to students who have just faced their fears, his eyes warm with pride and understanding. Remember that the gentlest teachers often carry the heaviest burdens, that patience is its own form of magic, that sometimes the most powerful thing we can offer each other is simple, honest encouragement. You're braver than you know. The year following Remus Lupin's departure brought to the defense against the dark arts classroom a figure who seemed carved from hardship itself, a man who looked as though he had fought every battle the wizarding world had to offer and emerged victorious, but deeply scarred. His name was Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, retired Auror, legendary hunter of dark wizards, a man whose very presence seemed to crackle with danger and hard-won wisdom. Or so it appeared. But dear listener, as we settle deeper into this story, as the night grows quieter around us and the world softens into rest, we must remember that appearances are among the most deceptive magics of all, and that sometimes the person standing at the front of the classroom is not who they claim to be, not who they appear to be, not even entirely who they themselves believe they are. The man who arrived at Hogwarts in the autumn of 1994 had Moody's face, scarred and weathered, with a chunk missing from his nose and what looked like claw marks across one cheek. He had Moody's magical eye, that electric blue orb that swiveled independently of his normal eye, that could see through wood and stone and invisibility cloaks, that never seemed to rest, always watching, always vigilant. He had Moody's wooden leg that clunked heavily with each step, announcing his presence in corridors long before he came into view. And he had Moody's hip flask, from which he drank constantly, long pulls of something that students assumed was fire whiskey or some other strong spirit needed to dull the pain of old injuries and older memories. But he was not Moody. He was something far stranger and more terrible. Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater thought long dead, disguised through powerful polyjuice potion, living another man's life while the real Moody lay imprisoned and imperiled. Yet the irony, the strange, terrible irony, was that even this imposter, even this dark wizard playing at being a hero, taught the students things they desperately needed to learn. The classroom under Moody became a place of intensity and focus. Gone was Lupin's gentle warmth, replaced by something harder, sharper, more urgent. Moody moved through the space like a predator, his magical eye spinning and swiveling, constantly assessing threats, checking corners, watching doorways and windows with the paranoid thoroughness of someone who had survived too many ambushes to ever fully relax. Constant vigilance, he would roar suddenly, slamming his staff against the floor, making students jump in their seats. That's the price of survival in a dangerous world. Never let your guard down. Never assume you're safe. Never trust that things are as they seem. He transformed the abstract concept of defense into something immediate and practical. Where previous teachers had focused on spells and theory, Moody taught his students to think like people who might actually need to defend their lives. He taught them to assess their surroundings, to identify exits, to recognize when something felt wrong, even if they couldn't immediately articulate why. Always check the handle before you open a door, he instructed, his magical eye fixing on each student in turn. Always know where the windows are in any room you enter. Always position yourself so you can see who's coming. These aren't paranoid delusions. These are survival skills. The wizard who lives longest is the one who treats every moment as though it might contain danger, not because they're afraid, but because they're prepared. And strangely, despite the harshness of his manner, despite the way he seemed to see threats in every shadow, there was something almost caring in his constant warnings. He was teaching them to survive after all, in his own aggressive way. He wanted them to live, to be ready, to not be caught unprepared when darkness came. And darkness was coming, though most of them did not yet understand how close, how inevitable. His lessons on the unforgivable curses were particularly memorable, though they violated numerous educational regulations and caused considerable controversy among parents and staff. He brought the curses out of textbook abstraction and into visceral reality, demonstrating them on spiders while the class watched in horrified fascination. The Imperious Curse, which gave the caster complete control over another being. He showed them how a spider could be made to dance, to perform flips, to do anything the caster desired. "Throws off the Imperious Curse," he barked. "It's possible to resist, to fight it, but you need to practice, need to know what it feels like, need to strengthen your will against it." The Cruciatus Curse, which caused unspeakable pain. The spider writhed and spasmed, and students looked away, feeling sick. "This is what awaits anyone captured by dark wizards," Moody said grimly. "This is what they do to people. You need to know it exists, need to understand what you're facing so you can fight to prevent it or escape it or endure it if there's no other choice." And the Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, which ended life instantly and against which there was no counter-curse, no defense except to avoid being hit. The spider died, and students sat in heavy silence, understanding on a level deeper than words that their teacher was preparing them for war, whether they knew it or not. But alongside these dark lessons, Moody taught them practical defensive magic with surprising effectiveness. He drilled them in shield charms until they could cast them reflexively, without thought, until the spell became muscle memory. He taught them to duel, to move efficiently, to use their environment to their advantage. He was demanding, harsh when they failed, but he pushed them harder than any teacher before him. And they rose to meet his expectations, growing stronger and more capable. In the old blue textbook, in margins where different hands have left their wisdom over the years, there are notes in angular, urgent script that might have been written in the small hours when sleep would not come. "Trust your instincts," one reads. "If something feels wrong, it probably is. Don't talk yourself out of your own intuition." Another says, "Watch. Always watch. The moment you stop paying attention is the moment danger strikes." And another, oddly touching given its source, "Preparation is not paranoia. Caring enough to be ready is its own form of love." The year unfolded with strange intensity, with undercurrents of danger that students felt but could not name, with the sense that something was building toward an inevitable confrontation. And when the truth finally emerged, that their teacher had been an imposter all along, that the real Moody had been imprisoned, that they had been learning from a Death Eater who had been manipulating events toward dark purposes, the students felt betrayed and confused. And yet, what they had learned remained true. The defensive spells still worked. The survival skills were still valid. The constant vigilance, however it had been taught, and by whomever, was still necessary in a world where dark wizards existed and threatened the innocent. Even false teachers, it seemed, could impart real knowledge, though the cost and context of that teaching would haunt everyone involved. If the previous year had brought harsh preparation for dark times ahead, the following year brought something different, something in some ways more insidious and harder to resist. The appearance of normalcy, of propriety, of institutional authority wielded not with violence, but with bureaucratic precision and relentless, smiling cruelty. Her name was Dolores Jane Umbridge, and she arrived at Hogwarts wearing pink cardigans and a smile that never reached her eyes, carrying the authority of the Ministry of Magic and an absolute conviction that she knew better than anyone else what children needed to learn. The defense classroom under Umbridge transformed once again, but this time into something that barely resembled a classroom at all. Gone were the useful charts and practical equipment, the creatures for study, the space for dueling practice. In their place came decorations of such aggressive femininity that they felt like a kind of violence. Lace doilies on every surface, plates featuring animated kittens wearing pink bows, everything in shades of rose and mauve and baby pink that seemed calculated to create a sense of infantilization, of being dismissed and diminished. The room smelled of too sweet perfume and the peculiar mustiness of bureaucracy, of papers shuffled and regulations enforced, of power exercised not through magic, but through forms and procedures, and the slow suffocation of spirit through institutional means. Umbridge herself was a small woman, plump and neat, with a face like a toad and a breathy, girlish voice that she used to deliver pronouncements that were anything but childish. She wore elaborate bows in her hair and fussy, expensive robes in various shades of pink, and she had a way of tilting her head and smiling that made students' skin crawl, though they often could not articulate exactly why. Her teaching, if it could be called teaching, consisted entirely of reading from a ministry-approved textbook. No wands were to be used, no practical magic performed, no actual defense taught. Instead, students were to read theoretical passages about defensive magic, memorize ministry-approved definitions, and regurgitate them on examinations that tested their ability to comply, not their ability to protect themselves. "Wands away," she would say in her horrible, breathy voice, her smile fixed and false. "There is no need for practical spellcasting in my classroom. You will be learning in a safe, risk-free environment. Simply read the chapter and answer the questions at the end. Anyone who disrupts this peaceful learning environment will face appropriate consequences." The consequences, when they came, were medieval in their cruelty. Students who questioned her methods, who pointed out that reading about defensive spells would not help them actually defend themselves, who showed any sign of resistance or independent thought, were given detention with Umbridge herself. And those detentions involved a cursed quill, a black quill that required no ink because it wrote in the student's own blood, carving the lines into their hand as they wrote, leaving scars that faded slowly but never entirely disappeared. "I must not tell lies," students would write, over and over, while the quill carved the words into their flesh, and Umbridge sat behind her desk, sipping tea and smiling her terrible smile, sometimes making small talk as though causing a child to mutilate themselves was a perfectly normal way to spend an evening. But here, dear listener, we must be careful. We must tread softly through this part of the story, because while we acknowledge the darkness of Umbridge's reign, we do not dwell in that darkness. We do not linger on the pain or the cruelty. Instead, we turn our attention to something more important, more lasting, more worthy of remembrance, the resistance. Because what Umbridge did not understand, what authoritarians never understand, is that oppression creates solidarity, that shared suffering forges bonds stronger than steel, that when you squeeze people hard enough, they do not break, they push back. The students began to resist in small ways at first. They would pass notes during Umbridge's tedious lectures, but the notes were not idle gossip. They were spells, defensive magic copied from library books, instructions on how to actually protect oneself that they shared freely among their peers. They would exchange looks across the classroom, rolling their eyes when Umbridge turned away, small gestures of solidarity that said, "We see through this. We know this is wrong. We are together in our resistance." They began meeting in secret, in the hidden rooms that Hogwarts itself seemed to provide, to actually learn the magic Umbridge refused to teach them. They practiced shield charms and stunning spells, disarming hexes and defensive formations, teaching each other what their teacher would not, becoming for each other what the adult world had failed to provide: protection, preparation, hope. And in those secret meetings, in the room of requirement that appeared when needed and disappeared when danger approached, they learned something more valuable than any spell. They learned that authority must be earned, not just claimed. They learned that rules can be unjust, that compliance can be cowardice, that sometimes the right thing to do is to disobey. They learned to trust each other, to rely on their peers, to build networks of mutual support that would serve them well in the dark years ahead. The common rooms became havens of warmth and solidarity. After particularly difficult days, after detentions with the cursed quill, after watching Umbridge torment a fellow student, after sitting through another useless lecture, while their world grew more dangerous by the day, they would gather around the fire, press close together, and simply be present for one another. Someone would produce contraband hot chocolate, smuggled from the kitchens by students who had befriended the house elves. They would pass the warm mugs around, the chocolate sweet and comforting on their tongues, and they would talk quietly about everything and nothing, about Quidditch and homework and who fancied whom. Normal student concerns that became acts of resistance against Umbridge's attempt to regulate every aspect of their lives. Sometimes they would sit in silence, just being together, finding comfort in proximity and shared experience. The fire would crackle in the grate, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and outside the windows, the Scottish landscape would stretch away into darkness, and inside they would be warm and together and unbroken despite everything. In the old blue textbook, in margins that have seen many hands and many years, there are notes that may have been written during this time, scratched almost invisibly into the page, as though the writer feared discovery. "This too shall pass," reads one. "Kindness remembers, even when cruelty seems to reign." Another says simply, "Hold together. They cannot break what we build between us." And another, achingly hopeful, "Morning always comes. Winter always ends. Remember this when you cannot remember anything else." Umbridge's reign at Hogwarts eventually ended, as all tyrannies eventually end, with exposure and flight, and the satisfying image of her being carried away by the very centaurs she had dismissed as dim half-breeds. But the memory of her time remained, a scar on the school's history, a reminder that danger comes in many forms, that evil does not always announce itself with dark marks and killing curses. Sometimes it arrives in pink cardigans and speaks in breathy tones and uses paperwork as its weapon. But what also remained, more importantly, were the bonds forged in resistance, the networks of care and solidarity built in the margins of oppression, the knowledge that students had gained not from their teacher, but despite her, through their own courage and mutual support and refusal to accept that reading about magic was sufficient preparation for a world at war. The year following Dolores Umbridge's ignominious departure brought yet another transformation to the defense against the dark arts classroom. But this time the change carried with it a particular weight of history, a sense of something inevitable finally coming to pass, a circle closing that had been drawn long ago in the shadows of the past. Severus Snape had wanted the defense against the dark arts position for as long as anyone could remember. Year after year he had applied, year after year he had been passed over, relegated instead to the dungeons where he taught potions, with exacting precision and barely concealed resentment. Students whispered that Dumbledore refused to give him the post because he knew about the curse, knew that any professor who taught defense would be gone within a year, and Dumbledore needed Snape too much to risk losing him to such magic. But now, in the autumn of 1996, with the wizarding world sliding inexorably toward open war, with Voldemort returned and gathering his forces, with darkness spreading like ink through water, Dumbledore finally gave Severus Snape what he had wanted for so long. The reasons were complex, layered with secrets and strategies that few understood. But the result was clear. Snape would teach defense against the dark arts, and the dungeons would know a new potions master. For Snape, the move must have felt both like triumph and like doom. The position he had coveted finally his, but only now, only when everything was falling apart, only when the cost of teaching defense might be higher than he had ever imagined. The defense classroom, when Snape took possession of it, underwent a transformation that was subtle but profound. Where Umbridge had filled the space with pink frills and false cheer, Snape stripped it down to something stark and functional. The walls became bare stone, the decorations minimal. Just a few carefully chosen books, some diagrams of particularly complex defensive spells drawn in his own precise hand. And in the corner, a cabinet that students learned to eye warily, knowing it likely contained dark objects meant for demonstration purposes. The room took on the same atmosphere as his dungeon classroom, cool, shadowed, demanding absolute focus and discipline. The windows, which in previous years had let in morning light and autumn air, seemed always to be curtained now, the space lit instead by candles that flickered and cast long shadows, creating an environment of controlled dimness that felt appropriate for someone teaching students how to survive in dark times. Snape himself seemed to expand into the role, or perhaps to reveal aspects of himself that had always existed but had been contained, compressed, hidden beneath layers of bitterness and the particular frustrations of teaching a subject he had long since mastered while wanting to teach another. He moved through the defense classroom with a different energy than he had brought to potions, still sharp, still demanding, still utterly intolerant of foolishness or laziness, but somehow more in his element, more genuinely engaged. His teaching style was nothing like Lupin's gentle encouragement or even Moody's harsh pragmatism. Snape taught defense the way a general might teach combat tactics to soldiers about to go to war, with brutal honesty, without comfort or false reassurance, with the absolute conviction that mediocrity could be fatal and therefore could not be tolerated. The dark arts, he said in his first lesson, his voice soft and cold as winter wind through bare branches, are many, varied, ever-changing, and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which, each time a neck is severed, sprouts ahead even fiercer and cleverer than before. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible. He let the words hang in the air, watching students shift uncomfortably in their seats, then continued with that same quiet intensity that demanded absolute attention. Your defenses must therefore be as flexible and inventive as the arts you seek to undo. These pictures, he gestured to images that had appeared on the walls showing various dark curses and their effects, give a fair representation of what happens to those who suffer. For instance, the Cruciatus curse, feel the Dementor's kiss, or provoke the aggression of an Inferius. Has an Inferius been seen in Britain in the last 400 years? No. Has Voldemort used Inferi in the past? Yes. Is he likely to use them again? Yes. You would be foolish not to prepare yourselves. The class sat in stunned silence. Snape had used the Dark Lord's name without hesitation, without the flinch that most wizards showed. And this in itself was a kind of lesson. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. If you are going to fight something, you must be able to name it, to look at it directly, to acknowledge its reality without cowering. His lessons were rigorous to the point of being punishing. He expected students to master non-verbal spells, something most wizards did not accomplish until well into their adult years. Non-verbal magic required immense concentration, perfect control of one's emotions and intentions, the ability to shape magic through will alone without the crutch of spoken incantation. In combat, Snape said, demonstrating with a flick of his wand that sent a student's hastily cast spell rebounding harmlessly away, you cannot afford to announce your intentions to your opponent. Shouting "Stupefy" gives your enemy time to shield, to dodge, to counter. Silent casting gives you the advantage of surprise. It also requires discipline of mind, of emotion, of magical control. These are the skills that separate those who survive from those who do not. He drilled them relentlessly in shield charms, in counter curses, in the art of occlumency, protecting one's mind from invasion, though few students managed more than the most basic mental shields. He taught them about Inferi and how to combat them, about various dark creatures and the spells that could repel or destroy them, about the importance of staying calm under pressure, of thinking clearly when terror threatened to overwhelm thought. But beneath the harshness, beneath the cutting remarks, and the impossible standards, and the deductions of house points for the slightest imperfection, there was something else present in Snape's teaching, something that students would only recognize in retrospect, in later years, when they looked back and understood what he had been trying to do. He was preparing them to survive, not in the abstract, theoretical way that earlier teachers had done, but concretely, practically, with the urgent knowledge of someone who knew exactly how bad things were about to become. Every spell he taught them, every harsh correction, every demand for better, faster, more precise casting, all of it was aimed at one goal: keeping them alive in the war that was coming, that had in many ways already arrived. Snape knew about war. He had lived through the first one, had been part of it in ways that stained his soul and his history, had made choices in his youth that he would spend the rest of his life trying to atone for, though the debt could never be fully paid. He had walked in darkness, had served the Dark Lord, had seen firsthand what Voldemort was capable of, what his followers would do, what awaited anyone who opposed them or simply had the misfortune to be in their way. And then he had changed sides, had become a spy, had lived a double life more dangerous than anything his students could imagine, playing roles within roles, lying to everyone, trusted fully by no one except Dumbledore, carrying burdens that would have crushed most people, but that he bore with grim determination, because there was no one else who could do what he did, no one else positioned as he was, no one else willing to pay the prices he had already paid and would continue paying until the very end. All of this he carried into the defense classroom, the weight of his past, the complexity of his present, the terrible knowledge of what was coming. He could not tell the students about his double life, could not explain why he knew so much about the dark arts, could not reveal that every lesson he taught them came from intimate, terrible experience. He could only teach them as best he could, push them as hard as they could bear, try to forge them into something strong enough to survive. In the old blue textbook that sits in the Hogwarts library, in margins where many hands have left their wisdom, there are notes in precise, careful handwriting that might have been written in the deep hours of night when sleep would not come, and the weight of secrets grew too heavy to bear alone. Control your emotions, or they control you, reads one note. Magic follows the heart and mind. If either is chaotic, the magic will be chaotic also. Discipline is not cruelty to the self, but kindness, the gift of order in a disordered world. Another says, strength in silence. The quietest magic is often the most powerful. Do not announce yourself. Do not give your enemies warning. Strike true, strike swift, and survive. And another, perhaps the most revealing. Do the right thing without expectation of gratitude, recognition, or understanding. The reward is in the doing, not in being thanked for it. This is the hardest magic, the magic of sacrifice without witness, of heroism that will never be acknowledged, of standing alone in the dark so that others might remain in the light. These could be Snape's words, his philosophy distilled into margin notes, the wisdom he could never speak aloud but left behind like breadcrumbs for those who might need exactly this understanding, exactly this hard-won knowledge about how to bear impossible burdens with dignity. The students, of course, did not warm to Snape as they had to Lupin. How could they? He made no effort to be liked, showed no interest in their personal concerns, offered no chocolate or gentle encouragement. He was harsh, cutting, sometimes cruel in his assessments, playing favorites with Slytherin students and showing barely concealed disdain for others, particularly those who reminded him of people he had known, ghosts from his past that haunted him in the faces of their children. And yet, despite everything, they learned. They learned more practical defensive magic that year than they had in years, perhaps more than they had learned from any teacher except Lupin. They learned spells that would save their lives in battles to come. They learned to cast silently, to shield reflexively, to keep fighting even when afraid, to maintain discipline under pressure. They learned, though they resented the teacher who taught them, though they counted down the days until someone else, anyone else, would take his place. They could not know, could not understand, that Snape was teaching them with the desperate urgency of someone who knew his time was running out, who knew the curse on the position would claim him as it had claimed all the others, who knew that when he left this classroom, it would be under circumstances darker than any previous teacher had faced. The year unfolded with the terrible momentum of a boulder rolling downhill, gaining speed, impossible to stop. Dark events transpired beyond the castle walls and sometimes within them. Students joined Dumbledore's army in secret, continued learning to defend themselves in ways that went beyond any curriculum. The world grew darker, more dangerous, more uncertain, and through it all, Severus Snape stood at the front of the defense classroom, black robes billowing, dark eyes missing nothing, teaching with fierce precision and hidden desperation, trying to prepare children for horrors they could not yet imagine, carrying alone the knowledge of what was coming, what role he would have to play, what prices he would have to pay. There were moments, rare, brief, easily missed, when something else showed through the harsh exterior. A student would finally master a particularly difficult spell, would cast it silently and correctly after weeks of failure. And for just a moment, something would flicker in Snape's expression. Not warmth, exactly, but a kind of grim satisfaction, a recognition that this student might survive, might be strong enough, might make it through what was coming. Or a student would ask a genuinely insightful question about defensive theory, would grasp something subtle and important, and Snape would answer with fractionally less contempt than usual, would even occasionally expand on the explanation, would teach in those moments with something approaching the passion of someone who genuinely cared about the subject, who had spent years wanting to share this knowledge and finally had the opportunity. These moments were small, easily overlooked, but they were there, beneath the severity, beneath the cutting remarks and impossible standards, beneath everything that made students fear and resent him. There was a teacher who cared about his students' survival, who was trying in his own broken way to protect them, to prepare them, to give them the tools they would need. The year ended as it had to end, with tragedy and revelation, with Dumbledore's death and Snape's flight, with the revelation of his apparent betrayal that left the school reeling and students convinced that they had been taught all year by a villain, a murderer, a Death Eater who had been playing them all along. They could not know the truth, that Snape's greatest act of courage had been to do the very thing that would make everyone hate him, to take upon himself the burden of seeming evil so that others might survive, to sacrifice not just his life, but his reputation, his legacy, the way he would be remembered, all of it given up in service of a cause that few understood and fewer still would ever thank him for. But the castle knew, Hogwarts knew, in its ancient stones and shifting staircases, in its portraits and its ghosts and the very air that circulated through its corridors. The defense classroom knew, empty now and waiting for whatever would come next, holding in its silence the memory of a teacher who had taught with everything he had, who had given his students every tool he could, who had loved them in the only way he knew how, by preparing them for the worst and hoping they would survive it. Dear listener, we have arrived now at the darkest chapter of our story, the year when shadows fell so heavily upon Hogwarts that even the castle itself seemed to dim, when the very stones grew cold with a chill that had nothing to do with Scottish weather and everything to do with cruelty being given free rein within walls that had once been a sanctuary. But even here, especially here, we will walk gently. We will look for the lights that persisted in the darkness. We will remember that even in the worst of times, kindness endured, and small acts of bravery kept hope alive. The year was 1997, and Lord Voldemort had won, or so it seemed. The Ministry had fallen, Dumbledore was dead, and Hogwarts, ancient, noble Hogwarts, had been handed over to Death Eaters to manage as they saw fit. The headmaster was now Severus Snape, playing his final dangerous role, walking the narrowest of tightropes between maintaining his cover and protecting students as best he could without revealing himself. And the teachers of defense against the dark arts, for there were two now, a married pair of tormentors, were Amicus and Alecto Caro. The defense classroom, that space which had seen so many transformations, so many teachers with their different methods and philosophies, now became something it had never been before, a place of active, deliberate harm. The subject itself was changed, renamed with brutal honesty. No longer defense against the dark arts, but simply dark arts. No defense, no protection, just the study and practice of magic designed to hurt, to control, to destroy. But let us not linger on the details of what the Carrows taught, on the specifics of their cruelty. Such things do not help us sleep, do not bring us peace. Instead, let us turn our attention elsewhere, to the spaces between their lessons, to the ways students survived and resisted, to the small magics of endurance that kept hope alive when hope seemed most impossible. The castle itself changed during this year. The corridors seemed longer, darker, as though Hogwarts was withdrawing into itself, pulling its warmth and magic deeper inside where the Carrows could not reach it. The staircases became more unpredictable, leading students away from dangerous areas, providing unexpected shortcuts to safety. Portraits communicated in whispers, passing messages between students in different parts of the castle, keeping watch and offering warnings when Death Eaters approached. The common rooms became true sanctuaries, places where students could let down their guard, could be vulnerable, could admit their fear and pain and exhaustion. The fires in each common room seemed to burn brighter during this year, as though the castle was offering what comfort it could, providing warmth and light against the darkness that had invaded its halls. In Gryffindor Tower, Neville Longbottom emerged as an unexpected leader, a quiet center of resistance and courage. The boy who had once been timid, clumsy, forgetful, who had seemed unlikely to amount to much, that boy had been forged by loss and hardship into something stronger, steadier, more essentially heroic than anyone had imagined. His parents had been tortured into madness by Bellatrix Lestrange years ago, and Neville carried that knowledge with him always, a grief and a fury that gave him clarity about what he was fighting against, what was at stake. He organized the resistance within Hogwarts, working with Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley to reform Dumbledore's army, to continue teaching students real defensive magic in secret places where the Carrows could not find them. They met in the Room of Requirement, which had become a haven, providing not just a space to practice spells, but also food, water, hammocks for sleeping when students could not safely return to their dormitories, and walls covered with encouraging messages that students wrote to each other in moments of despair. The teaching that happened in these secret meetings was different from anything that had come before. There were no professional teachers, no adults to guide them, just students teaching students, sharing what they knew, learning together. The older students taught the younger ones. The talented helped those who struggled, and everyone contributed what they could: knowledge, encouragement, chocolate frogs smuggled from care packages, healing salves for the injuries the Carrows inflicted. There was something beautiful in this, something that would have made Remus Lupin proud if he could have seen it. Students taking responsibility for each other's education and safety, creating their own community of learning and protection when the adults in power had failed them. They taught defensive spells, yes, but they also taught each other to endure, to maintain hope, to keep fighting even when fighting seemed futile. The small braveries of this year were countless and mostly unrecorded, but they mattered enormously to those who witnessed them and those who benefited from them. A sixth-year Hufflepuff who stood between a first year and a Carrow's curse, taking the punishment herself so the younger student would be spared. A Ravenclaw who deliberately gave wrong answers during dark arts lessons, refusing to participate properly even when it meant detention and pain. A Slytherin who passed healing potions to students from other houses, doing so quietly, without recognition, simply because it was needed. Students learned to help each other stand back up, literally and figuratively. After a particularly brutal lesson or detention, when someone returned to their common room shaking and hurt, their housemates would be there, with gentle hands, with healing charms they had taught themselves, with quiet words of comfort and solidarity, with the simple presence of sitting close and letting someone cry if they needed to, or rage, or just sit in silence until they felt steady enough to face the next day. The house elves played their part too, these beings who loved Hogwarts and its students with fierce loyalty. They snuck extra food to students who needed it, prepared warm baths for those who came back cold and aching from detention, even occasionally intervened more directly. A Carrow would trip on a mysteriously uneven flagstone, or find their robes tangled, or discover that their belongings had been rearranged in confusing ways that took hours to sort out. The ghosts and portraits watched and helped as they could. The Grey Lady guided lost students to safety through passages the Carrows did not know. The Fat Friar's cheerful presence in the corridors brought comfort just by reminding students that Hogwarts had existed long before this darkness and would exist long after. Sir Cadogan, that ridiculous, brave portrait of a knight, would challenge Carrows to duels and create such a fuss that students could slip past unnoticed. Even Peeves, the poltergeist, who usually tormented students and teachers alike, seemed to recognize that there were now true enemies within the castle, and he focused his considerable talent for chaos on making the Carrows' lives difficult, dropping things on their heads, making rude noises during their lessons, flooding corridors they needed to use, becoming such a persistent nuisance that they wasted time and energy trying to control him, rather than focusing entirely on controlling the students. In the old blue textbook, in margins that have accumulated wisdom over many years, there are notes written so lightly they are almost invisible, scratched in shaking hands by someone who feared discovery, but needed to leave these words behind, like prayers, like promises. "Hold on," one reads, the letters barely pressed into the page. "This is not forever. Darkness always passes. Hold on." Another says, "You are not alone. Even when it feels like you are not. Others are fighting too. Others are enduring too. We are all holding on together." And another, achingly hopeful, "Morning always comes. Winter always ends. Remember the spring. Remember that things grow again after they have been cut down. Remember that life is stronger than death, that love is stronger than hate, that light returns." These notes, written during the darkest year Hogwarts had known in generations, carry a particular power. They are evidence that even in the deepest darkness, someone took the time to think of others, to try to help, to leave behind something that might comfort or encourage a reader who came after. The resistance was not always dramatic or heroic in obvious ways. Sometimes it was simply the decision to get up in the morning when everything in you wanted to stay in bed, to face another day of cruelty and fear. Sometimes it was the choice to smile at a friend, to share a joke, to maintain some small piece of normalcy as an act of defiance against those who wanted to crush all joy and hope. Students would pass notes during lessons, but not idle gossip. Messages of encouragement, reminders that they were still themselves, that the Carrows could hurt them, but could not change who they fundamentally were. "Stay strong," the notes would say. "We'll get through this. Remember who you are. This isn't forever." They would gather in the common rooms after difficult days, and someone would start singing quietly, a song from the Wizarding Wireless, a Muggle song someone had learned from their parents, a silly rhyme from childhood. Others would join in, and for a few minutes the darkness would recede, pushed back by the simple human act of making music together, of creating beauty and connection in defiance of ugliness and isolation. Hot chocolate became a form of resistance, a callback to Lupin's gentle teaching, and a reminder that comfort was not weakness, but necessity. Students would prepare it secretly, share it generously, pass warm cups to those who were shaking from more than cold. The sweetness on the tongue, the warmth spreading through the body, these were small magics, but they mattered. They were ways of saying, "I see your suffering. I care about your well-being. You deserve comfort. You deserve kindness. You deserve to be warm." Neville, Luna, and Ginny led by example, showing that resistance did not always mean dramatic confrontation, but could be found in persistent, daily acts of defiance. They continued trying to help students, continued teaching defensive magic in secret, continued refusing to truly submit even when submission would have been easier, safer, less painful. Neville, in particular, seemed to grow into himself during this year, his natural courage no longer hidden behind clumsiness or self-doubt. He took punishment meant for others, stood up to the Carrows repeatedly, became a symbol for other students of what it meant to resist, not flashily, not seeking glory, but steadily, consistently, with the kind of quiet bravery that endures when louder heroism has faded. The other students watched him and learned. They learned that you did not have to be the most talented or the most powerful to make a difference. You just had to care enough to try, to keep trying, to refuse to let darkness have the final word, even when darkness seemed to be winning. And Hogwarts itself, the castle in all its ancient magic and accumulated wisdom, seemed to shelter its students as best it could. Corridors would appear that led away from danger. Rooms would lock themselves when Carrows approached, and students needed privacy for healing or grieving. The castle's magic, so deep and old and fundamentally good, rejected the darkness that had been imposed upon it and worked in subtle ways to protect those within its walls. The year felt endless while it was happening, each day stretching out with the particular slowness of time passed in suffering. But it was not endless. Nothing is endless, dear listener, not even the darkest night. And even as students endured, even as they held on with whatever strength they could muster, events were moving beyond the castle walls. Pieces were shifting on a vast board, and the final confrontation was approaching. But we do not rush toward that ending. For now, we rest here in the small braveries, in the quiet endurance, in the ways that kindness persisted even when cruelty seemed to rule. We remember that morning always comes, that winter always ends, that people are capable of extraordinary resilience when they support each other, when they remember who they are, when they refuse to let darkness define them. The Battle of Hogwarts ended as all battles must end, with silence falling over the ruins, with morning light touching broken stones, with the living standing among the fallen and trying to comprehend what had been lost and what had been saved. Voldemort was gone, truly gone this time, his fractured soul finally extinguished, unable to return. The Death Eaters had fled or been captured. The darkness that had threatened to swallow the wizarding world entire had been pushed back, defeated not by any single hero, but by the combined courage of many, by sacrifice and love, and the stubborn refusal to surrender to evil. The castle stood damaged, but not destroyed, its ancient magic still flowing through stone and mortar, through staircases and corridors, through the very foundation upon which it had rested for 1,000 years. Walls had been blasted, windows shattered, furniture reduced to splinters, but Hogwarts endured. It had survived the battle, as it had survived so much else across the centuries, and it would be rebuilt, restored, made whole again. But first, there was grief to process, wounds to tend, the dead to mourn and honor. The names of those who had fallen were spoken softly in corridors, written carefully in memorial books, remembered in the heavy silence that filled the great hall when survivors gathered to eat their first meal in a castle no longer under siege. Remus Lupin was among the dead, and the defense classroom seemed to grow quieter still when this news spread, as though the room itself mourned the gentle teacher who had brought warmth and chocolate and patient encouragement to students who desperately needed exactly that. Others had fallen too. Fred Weasley, Tonks, Colin Creevey, Lavender Brown. So many others whose absence left holes in the fabric of the community, whose laughter and presence and particular ways of being in the world would never grace the castle halls again. The students who had survived, who had fought, who had seen things no young person should have to see, carried these losses with them as they tried to imagine what came next, how to rebuild not just the castle, but their own lives, how to move forward when so much had been taken. The summer after the battle was strange and quiet, filled with funerals and memorial services, with families reuniting and trying to heal, with the slow, difficult work of processing trauma and grief. The ministry was restructured under new leadership. Death Eaters were tried and sentenced. The wizarding world attempted to cleanse itself of the poison that had infected it and to create something better, something more just. And then, in early autumn, when the Scottish Highlands began to blaze with colour, when the air grew crisp and the light took on that particular golden quality that September always brings, students returned to Hogwarts. Not all of them. Some families had left Britain entirely, seeking fresh starts in other countries. Some students could not bear to return to a place where they had lost so much. But many came back, needing to finish their education, needing the closure of completing what they had started, needing perhaps the comfort of familiar walls and the sense of moving forward, of choosing life and learning over stagnation in grief. The castle had been repaired over the summer months, rebuilt by teams of witches and wizards who worked around the clock with magic and manual labor both. The walls were whole again, the windows replaced, the furniture restored or replaced. Scorch marks had been scrubbed away, bloodstains removed, structural damage repaired, until you would hardly know a battle had been fought here at all, except that those who had been present knew, would always know, would see ghosts in certain corridors, and remember what had happened in specific rooms, regardless of how thoroughly they had been cleaned. The new headmistress was Minerva McGonagall, stern and fair and deeply beloved, who had fought fiercely in the battle and who now faced the equally daunting task of rebuilding a school, a community, a sense of safety and normalcy for students who had seen too much, survived too much, lost too much. She moved through the castle with quiet determination, her tartan robes swishing, her sharp eyes noting everything, her presence somehow reassuring, a constant in a world that had changed almost beyond recognition. The teaching positions were filled with care. Some former professors returned, grateful to resume their roles in a Hogwarts no longer controlled by Death Eaters. New teachers were hired, vetted carefully, chosen not just for their magical expertise, but for their kindness, their understanding, their ability to teach students who were not just learning spells, but also learning how to live again after trauma. And the defense against the dark arts position, that cursed position that had claimed so many teachers that had never kept an instructor for more than a year, was finally free. The curse had died with Voldemort, broken when he fell, released back into whatever dark place curses go when the magic that created them is extinguished. For the first time in decades, Hogwarts could hire a defense teacher with the expectation that they would stay, that they could build a curriculum across years, that students could have consistency and continuity in this crucial subject. The new defense professor was someone who understood both the light and the dark, who had fought in the battle and survived, who knew from painful experience how important it was to teach students not just spells, but wisdom, not just techniques, but ethics, not just power, but the proper use of power. The classroom they inherited had been cleaned and repaired, but it still carried echoes of all who had taught there before, the careful chalk lines of Quirrell, the ridiculous portraits of Lockhart, the warm presence of Lupin, the constant vigilance of Moody, the pink oppression of Umbridge, the stern discipline of Snape, the darkness of the Carrows. All of these teachers, in their different ways, had left their marks, and the new professor, standing in that room on the first day of term, looking out at students who were returning to learn again, to rebuild their lives, to move forward into whatever future awaited them, understood that they were not starting fresh, but continuing something, adding their own chapter to a long and complicated story. The students who returned that September were different from the students who had left the previous spring. They had grown up too quickly, had seen and done things that aged them beyond their years. The first years were tiny and wide-eyed, as first years always are. But the older students, especially those who had fought in the battle, carried themselves differently, moved through the world with a kind of wary awareness, a knowledge that safety was never guaranteed, that darkness could return, that vigilance and preparation were not paranoia, but wisdom. But they were also determined to reclaim something that had been taken from them, the experience of being students, of learning for the sake of learning, of worrying about homework and Quidditch and who fancied whom instead of life and death struggles. They wanted to be young again, insofar as that was possible. They wanted to laugh without feeling guilty, to complain about essays without feeling trivial, to have petty arguments about house rivalries instead of fighting actual Death Eaters. The school helped them with this. Hogwarts itself seemed to exhale, to relax, to become again what it had always been meant to be, a place of wonder and learning, of magic studied and celebrated, of young people growing into themselves in relative safety. Quidditch matches resumed, raucous and exciting. House competitions continued, with the point hourglasses once again tracking achievements and occasional mischief. The great hall filled with the sound of hundreds of students talking and laughing. And though there were empty seats that everyone noticed, there was also life, abundant and insistent, refusing to be suppressed. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, learning continued as it always had, as it always would. Students practiced shield charms and studied dark creatures, learned the theory and the practice of protecting themselves and others. But there was something different now, something lighter. The teacher could stay more than a year. Students could build on what they learned instead of starting over with each new instructor's different approach. Continuity was possible again, and with it came a kind of healing, a return to normalcy that everyone needed desperately. It was during this first year after the battle that a seventh-year Ravenclaw student, researching for an essay on the history of defensive magic, discovered the old blue textbook in the library. She had been looking for primary sources, for accounts written closer to the development of certain spells, and the book's age had caught her attention. She checked it out, carried it back to her common room, settled into a comfortable chair by the fire, and began to read. And that was when she noticed the margin notes. At first, she thought little of them. Students had been scribbling in library books for centuries, despite Madame Pince's best efforts to prevent it. But as she read further, as she encountered more of the notes, she began to pay closer attention to them. They were not the usual student annotations. They were advice, encouragement, wisdom offered in different hands, written at different times, scattered throughout the book like hidden treasures waiting to be found. Steady your hand, steady your heart, she read in one margin, the handwriting shaky and uncertain. Further on, real magic needs no applause. Then, breathe first. Watch the wrist. You're braver than you know. The handwriting changed with each note, sometimes dramatically, sometimes subtly, as though many different people had written in this book over many years. She began copying the notes into her own journal, fascinated by them, wondering who had written them and when and why. She showed the book to friends, and they too were intrigued. Word spread through the Ravenclaw common room, then to other houses, and soon students were making pilgrimages to the library specifically to see this book, to read the margin notes, to puzzle over their origin. Theories proliferated, as theories always do when faced with mystery. Some students thought the notes were from former defense professors, left behind as guidance for future students. Others thought they were from particularly talented students across the years, each adding their own wisdom. Still others proposed more magical explanations, that the book itself was enchanted, that it generated the notes in response to readers' needs, that it was some form of teaching artifact created long ago and still functioning. The Ravenclaw student who had first noticed the notes decided to investigate properly. She was, after all, a Ravenclaw, and mystery was irresistible. She began researching handwriting, comparing the styles in the margins to known samples from former professors and notable students. She studied the ink, trying to determine ages and types. She interviewed older students and recent graduates, asking if they remembered writing in such a book or seeing others do so. Gradually, painstakingly, a picture began to emerge. The shakiest handwriting, those first notes about steadying one's hand and heart, matched samples of Quirrell's writing from lesson plans still stored in the castle archives. The elaborate flowing script that spoke of magic needing no applause was consistent with Gilderoy Lockhart's ostentatious signature style, though the sentiment seemed oddly humble for him. The neat, teacher-like hand that offered gentle encouragement matched perfectly with Remus Lupin's careful, considerate writing. The angular, urgent notes about constant vigilance were harder to place. They might have been Moody's, or they might have been Barty Crouch Jr.'s, imitating Moody's hand while genuinely believing in the philosophy. The precise, controlled script discussing discipline and strength in silence was unmistakably Severus Snape's, recognized by any student who had ever received an essay back covered in his cutting commentary, written in exactly that careful, meticulous hand. And the faintest notes, barely visible, scratched so lightly into the margins that you had to hold the book at just the right angle to see them. These seemed to have been written by multiple hands, perhaps students during the Carrow's reign, leaving messages of hope and endurance for whoever might need them. But when the Ravenclaw student presented her findings to Professor McGonagall, the headmistress examined the book carefully, read through all the notes, and then did something unexpected. She smiled, not her usual tight, controlled smile, but something softer, sadder, more knowing. "You've discovered something important," McGonagall said, her Scottish accent somehow more pronounced. "But you haven't discovered all of it. Come with me." She led the student through corridors and up staircases, through parts of the castle the student had rarely visited. until they reached a small office that had once belonged to Albus Dumbledore and now served as a sort of archive for headmistress's records. McGonagall opened a cabinet and withdrew a folder, yellowed with age, and from it she produced several pieces of parchment covered in different handwriting. "These are notes I found after the battle," McGonagall said quietly, "tucked away in various places. Teachers' desks, hidden drawers, even carved into the underside of the podium in the defense classroom. Each defense professor, it seems, left something behind: advice, warnings, encouragement. Some did it consciously, as a way of speaking to whoever came after them. Others may have done it without fully realizing, leaving pieces of themselves in margins and corners." She spread the parchments out, and the students saw more of the same styles of handwriting, more advice and wisdom, some matching the margin notes in the blue textbook, some different but clearly from the same sources. "But here's what you haven't yet discovered," McGonagall continued, and she produced one more document, this one very old, the parchment crackling slightly as she unfolded it. "This is a letter from one of the castle's founders, Rowena Ravenclaw herself. It was found centuries ago in the cornerstone of the castle, and it has been passed down through successive headmasters and headmistresses as a reminder of what Hogwarts is meant to be." She allowed the student to read it, and the words, written in ancient script that had been carefully preserved and translated, spoke of the castle's purpose: to be not just a school, but a keeper of knowledge, a protector of students, a living repository of wisdom accumulated across generations. Ravenclaw had enchanted the castle itself to remember, to learn, to teach in ways beyond what any individual professor could accomplish. "Hogwarts remembers," McGonagall said softly. "The castle itself holds memories, preserves wisdom, and offers it when needed. The portraits do this openly. They speak, they advise, they share what they know. But the magic goes deeper than that. The very stones remember who walked their corridors, what was taught in their classrooms, what wisdom was worth preserving." She gestured to the blue textbook, still lying open on her desk. "Those margin notes are real. Real people wrote them in moments of reflection or desperation or hope. But they persist because the castle wants them to persist, because Hogwarts has woven them into its own memory, has preserved them as part of the accumulated wisdom that each generation should have access to." The student stood silent, overwhelmed by the implications. Hogwarts itself was teaching them, had always been teaching them, through 1,000 subtle means, through the way staircases moved to keep them safe, through the way the room of requirement appeared when desperately needed, through portraits and ghosts and house elves who had served the castle for generations, and yes, through margin notes in old textbooks that offered exactly the right wisdom at exactly the right time. "So every teacher who stood in that defense classroom," the student said slowly, working through the understanding, "even the terrible ones, even the dangerous ones, they all left something behind, and the castle kept what was worth keeping, preserved the wisdom and discarded the rest." "Precisely," McGonagall said. "Quirrell's careful attention to detail, Lockhart's inadvertent lesson that authenticity matters more than performance, Lupin's gentle encouragement and understanding that chocolate helps, Moody, or Crouch, pretending to be Moody, taught constant vigilance and the importance of preparation. Even Umbridge, hateful as she was, taught students to rely on each other, to resist injustice, to find strength in solidarity. Snape taught discipline, control, the courage to do what's right without expectation of recognition. And the Carrows, through their very cruelty, taught the endurance of kindness and the power of small braveries. She paused, looking out the window at the grounds below, at students walking between classes, laughing and talking, living their lives in a castle that had survived so much. Every teacher, flawed or noble, cruel or kind, competent or hopeless, taught something, McGonagall continued, and the castle remembers all of it, preserves what's valuable, offers it to those who need it. That's the real magic of Hogwarts, not just the spells taught in classrooms, but the accumulated wisdom of centuries, the understanding that we all learn from each other, even from those we might prefer to forget. The Ravenclaw student asked if she could share this discovery with others, and McGonagall considered carefully before nodding. "Yes," she said, "students should know that they are part of something larger, that their struggles and triumphs contribute to the castle's memory, that what they learn here, from teachers and from each other, becomes part of the legacy they leave behind." And so, the knowledge spread through Hogwarts, gently, like warmth from a fire gradually filling a room. Students began seeking out other examples of the castle's memory, finding wisdom in unexpected places. A staircase that had carved into its railing the words, "Courage is not the absence of fear." A classroom where the walls seemed to whisper encouragement during difficult exams. Portraits that offered advice that seemed perfectly tailored to whatever problem a student was struggling with. They understood, in a way they never had before, that Hogwarts was not just a building where they happened to go to school. It was a living thing, magical in ways beyond just the spells cast within its walls, a keeper of memory and wisdom that stretched back 1,000 years and would continue forward for 1,000 more, teaching each generation not just through formal lessons, but through the accumulated knowledge and experience of everyone who had ever walked its corridors. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, that room that had seen so much change, so many teachers, so much darkness and light, became a symbol of this understanding. Students would sometimes go there between classes, would sit quietly in the repaired desks, would think about all the people who had stood at the front of the room, trying to teach, trying to prepare young witches and wizards for a dangerous world. They thought about Quirrell's trembling hands drawing careful chalk lines, about Lockhart's desperate performance, hiding terrible loneliness, about Lupin's gentle patience and chocolate kindness, about Moody's constant vigilance and practical wisdom, about Umbridge's oppression that taught them to resist, about Snape's harsh discipline that prepared them to survive, about the Carrows' cruelty that revealed the endurance of kindness. And they understood that all of it, the good and the bad, the wise and the foolish, the kind and the cruel, had contributed to their education, had taught them not just about magic, but about life, about resilience, about the complexity of human nature, about the importance of choosing courage and compassion, even when it would be easier to choose otherwise. The blue textbook remained in the library, but students checked it out less frequently now, understanding that its wisdom was not confined to those specific pages. The margins of many books began to accumulate notes, as students added their own discoveries and advice, contributing to the castle's growing repository of knowledge. in common rooms and corridors, on staircases and in classrooms, Hogwarts continued to teach through 1,000 subtle means, and students learned to listen, to notice, to appreciate the gift of accumulated wisdom freely offered. Years passed, as years always do. Students graduated and left Hogwarts, going out into the wizarding world to build lives and careers, to have families, to face challenges and find joys. But they carried with them always the lessons learned in that castle, not just the spells and potions and magical theory, but the deeper understanding that we all teach each other, that wisdom comes from unexpected sources, that even flawed teachers can impart valuable lessons, that kindness matters, that resistance is sometimes necessary, that endurance is its own form of courage. And when some of them eventually returned to Hogwarts as adults, visiting with their own children, or coming back to teach the next generation, or simply revisiting the place where they had grown up, they would walk past the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and pause, remembering all the teachers who had stood there, all the lessons learned, all the wisdom preserved. The classroom itself stood peaceful now, sunlit through clean windows, filled with the ordinary sounds of teaching and learning. The curse was broken, the darkness passed, but the memory remained. Not painful, but precious. A reminder of survival and resilience, of the long journey from fear to courage, from ignorance to wisdom, from childhood to the capable adults they had become. Dear listener, we have reached the end of our story now, and it is time to rest completely, to let go of all tension and thought, to drift into the peaceful sleep you have earned. Let yourself imagine Hogwarts as it stands now, repaired, restored, filled once more with students learning and laughing, with teachers guiding them patiently, with house elves keeping the fires warm and the halls clean, with portraits dozing in their frames, and ghosts gliding peacefully through corridors. The castle sleeps at night, but it never truly rests. It continues its endless work of remembering, preserving, teaching. In the library, books rest on their shelves, their margins full of wisdom accumulated over centuries. In the classrooms, desks sit empty but not forgotten, each one having supported countless students through countless lessons. In the common rooms, fires bank down to embers but never quite go out, ready to flare back to life when needed. And in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, everything is peaceful. The morning sun will rise again, will stream through those windows, will illuminate the space where so many have taught and learned. New teachers will stand at the front of the room, will draw diagrams on the blackboard, will guide students through the complex work of learning to defend themselves and others. New students will sit in those desks, will struggle and succeed, will contribute their own experiences to the castle's endless memory. But for now, all is quiet. The castle rests, holding within its ancient stones all the stories we have shared tonight. Stories of teachers who tried their best with whatever they had, of students who learned to teach themselves and each other, of a building that loves those within its walls enough to remember them, to preserve their wisdom, to offer their hard-won knowledge to future generations who will face their own challenges and find their own courage. Rest now, dear listener. Let the story settle around you like a warm blanket. Let the lessons sink into your bones. Let the understanding that you are part of something larger, something that remembers, something that values you, something that preserves what is worth preserving. comfort you as you drift into sleep. Dream of margin notes in old books, of wisdom freely shared, of teachers who cared enough to leave something behind, of students who grew into the fullness of themselves despite everything. Dream of castles that remember and protect, of fires that warm, of friends who sit close, of morning light touching ancient stones. Dream of Hogwarts, that place of wonder and learning, of magic and memory, sleeping peacefully under the stars, holding within itself all the stories of all the people who have ever called it home, waiting patiently for morning when the work of teaching and learning will begin again. Sleep softly, dear one. The story is complete, the lessons learned, the circle closed. You are safe, you are valued, you are part of the great ongoing story of learning and growth and becoming. Rest now, all is well. Morning will come, as it always does, bringing with it new chances to learn, to grow, to contribute your own wisdom to the great accumulated knowledge of those who came before and those who will come after. Sleep peacefully. Hogwarts remembers, and so do we. All is well.